Hey, Wolfie. Wah! Dean, good to see ya. I feel like we were just asking, where's Dean been at? So I hope that music, it's just Elden Ring music. I hope it's not, like, overwhelming. I did a couple of audio tests to make sure that it wasn't. I'm also a little worried that it's, like, too low. But, you know, we'll see what happens. So, the upcoming video, we're going to be profiling Godfrey. And Zach and I kind of went back and forth on ideas. This wasn't an easy one for me. Sometimes I come up with an idea and I'm like, that's it, let's go. But I was debating over... Okay, good to hear that it sounds good. Thank you very much. I was debating over whether I wanted, you know, do I want to draw Godfrey or do I want to draw Hoaraloo? And I wanted to draw Hoaraloo. Our idea was to show him fighting giants in the consecrated snowfield. And while I am happy with this drawing, I don't think that it's heading in that direction. I mean, I think the consecrated snowfield is a great setting, so we're leaving that. But in terms of, like, even, like, sort of off-screen implying that what he's doing is killing giants isn't really going to work, and I think, if I really wanted to do that, I should have, like, framed it differently. I should have been... Because they're giants. They're fucking huge. You're gonna have problems keeping them in the frame. But I'm happy with this. I think this is turning out quite well. Well... I mean, he certainly was, like, he's not Hoaraloo right now in this image, but, like, the kind of barbarian rage is there. He is certainly Godfrey by now, you know, at this point in the story that he's being portrayed. And I asked Zach his opinion on whether, Sarash would have been here. And he said pretty unequivocally that he believes that Sarash was here. So, what we're doing. We won't really start to see this one come together for a little while. Because I think the coloring is going to be kind of crucial in this one. Normally, when it comes to blood, and you know, doing really cool looking graphic blood. I like to ink it. I like to ink it and get that, like, that real dark look to it, and then go into the black lines and start drawing red into them. But my feeling regarding this particular drawing is that he's going to have a bunch of blood all over him, and it's going to be best to... Oh, I fucked this all up. I'm drawing on the wrong layer, and I didn't even notice when I really should have. My idea here was to just... It's going to be too much of a pain in the ass to draw these lines just outright, like, through. It's better to just do a big sweeping line and erase later, and it's going to be a lot easier if I have these on separate layers like I had planned. Okay. That's me doing things right. Yeah, Sarash would definitely be anywhere Godfrey is. But then I don't know if Godfrey had Sarash, like, from birth, I guess. I don't know that. Maybe Zach knows that. I'm not the expert. I just draw here. These wavy lines representing Siraj too is a bit of a departure for me. I like to draw my ink lines pretty solid and closed, but again, he is really there. I was gonna say he's not really there, but he's not like fully corporeal, I guess you would say. Yeah, I mean, if you want to look up some descriptions, absolutely go for it. I fully support it, but nothing about this drawing is changing at this point. We're too far in, folks. And I am certainly not removing this this beautiful lion face that I spent so much time on. Let me show you my references, actually. So up here I put all my Godfrey material, and down here all of my images of lions, because I don't actually know how to draw one. I am very happy with how Siraj looks. Made sure to mostly be referencing his face from here. But you can see, particularly in this one, and it's terrible because it's AI, actually. I didn't even notice that until just now, but it definitely, like, looks AI. But all that means, I guess, is that this is a composite image of a real lion roaring. I had a bunch of Godfrey art, but this is the stuff that I have open right now. Godfrey, sorry. I keep saying Godfrey because, my brain wants to say Godric the Grafted, because it's so many G's and R's in a row. Thank you. Oh, this is going to be annoying. Part of why I want to start streaming these, and I kind of, to be honest with you, I don't want to stream these. It's kind of weird, for me at least, to be letting people in on this part of my life, because this is such a solitary thing, and it always has been. And to be clear, bullshit, who cares? I mean, that was how I felt about video games. Before I started streaming video games. But yeah, this whole process, and all of its flaws and improvisation, it's just strange. I don't know how it's gonna go live. It just feels weird to be doing it. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just saying, like, I'm not drawing a lion without reference. It will not happen. I can start drawing a person from reference, for sure. Although most of the time I don't even bother doing that. I will find reference for as much shit as I possibly can. To be honest, I think the secret sauce of any decent artist is that they are constantly looking at shit while they are drawing it. They've got something to look at, some kind of a guide. Because pretty rare, in fact, is the thing that you can draw with your eyes closed, you know what I mean? Even this fucking face. I've drawn so many goddamn faces in my life, and it was, you know, construction-wise, a whole thing. You can see how many times it's been like drawn over, and erased, and new lines added in and shit. I guess I should show you my rough now that it's open. Maybe I'll take the blue off of that, make it a little more legible. There you go. So much of it is just scribbles. I'm not bothering to put in details for anything. But then other things like this axe have got to be nailed down. They need to be defined. While I'm in here as well, let's see. Here we go. Here's my little guy. That's my original sort of me trying to figure out what this pose ought to look like. Clip Studio gives you these little models that you can adjust, you know, make them more muscular or less muscular or fat or whatever. You can make them into little kids. They're like if you've ever seen those artist maquettes. They're kind of like these little wooden statues. They're basically those. But like integrated into the software. I really want to, you know, sing the praises of Clip Studio, incidentally. I've been using it for a good few years. It's my Photoshop replacement. I'm never going back. But their new subscription model is fucking bullshit, unfortunately, so they can go to hell. Just want as many of these wavy lines as I can get away with without making it look like sloppy or too much. I anticipate color also sort of doing the work here. Some of it anyway, because I'm not even trying to find any kind of like solidity in these lines. Just want them to look like this kind of expressionistic, flowy lion mane. And I mean, right now, honestly, looks pretty good. It looks fine. It looks like it's working. But it's really going to be, I think, in the colors that we'll be able to properly see Siraj. I use it almost always to do things I used to do in Photoshop, unless I need Photoshop for a specific task that Clip Studio can't do, which for my purposes just doesn't come up very often. The only thing that bums me out about Clip Studio, aside from their current payment model, is and I'm not paying for that, by the way. That's the thing, is I'm working on an outdated version of Clip Studio, because I'm never going to pay for... I bought it already. I'm not paying them more money. You're supposed to just get updates in perpetuity. It's not cool to all of a sudden take that back. Anyways... Clip Studio, for text, does not have particularly robust options, which you would think that it would, considering it was specifically designed to draw manga in the first place. It used to be called Manga Studio. It used to only be available in Japanese. You would think that they would have like better options than even Photoshop for text. Because like, well, I'm supposed to draw comic books with this? Give me all the text options. I gotta make sound effects and shit. Well, you'll never see that. I don't think that needs any more work down there. I'm going to let this go. Take a look at it. It's not that it doesn't look good. It looks fine. You can get it to look good. All of the text in all of the Elden Ring thumbnails, since I started doing the text for those, was done in here. So it's good enough. It's just that... Let's see if I can show you an example. What just happened? Alright, well that was bad. Alright, so straight off the bat, it doesn't save anything. None of my settings are in here. It just sort of defaults to this arcade classic, which is strange. It seems a bit random. I don't know why it's doing that. It's just a font I downloaded. I'm gonna go with Living Hell, which I don't... That's not my G's font, right? No, for sure. It was just something I downloaded that I thought looked cool. This is sort of it in terms of options. You can put a border around it if you would like. And there you go. Now there's a border around the text. There's no drop shadow. There's no 3D effects that you can like pop in or anything like that. So my sort of secret sauce for when I do the Elden Ring text, just to give you an example once again, it doesn't look good to just drop a stroke on an image. It tends to look pretty crappy, actually. So the way that Photoshop would do this automatically, but that I have to do by hand, is... Okay, we've got our border now on a second layer. Now, pull this out, and we're just going to move you down a little bit and over a little bit. And sort of like that. That is an effect that, or even more extreme, to where, right, some of the white is just fully off screen now. Maybe we can adjust this some more too. Yeah. You could achieve an effect like this in Photoshop a lot faster than I just did. Yeah. But also at this point in the process, you know, it's kind of... For me, it might as well be automated, so... It's fine. I mean, there's a reason I don't leave here to go back to Photoshop, even though Photoshop has better options for text. It's like not worth leaving this software for any reason, really. Alright, what's my next move here? He needs feet. I am, for now, just gonna trace these as I draw them. I debated for a bit over, like, should he have his armor? Boots? The boots from the armor. But then I was like, well, no, he wouldn't have had those. Could he just walk around barefoot in the consecrated snow? Oh, certainly he could. He's basically superhuman. Should I draw that? No. No, because it will look silly to have a man walking around in the snow with nothing on his feet. So we're just going with, like, generic snow boots. You see, I didn't even bother to define them in the sketch because I knew I was just gonna, like, do something like this. They are going to need to be thicker, though. I can't just, like, wrap them around the legs like I was hoping. These need to be a lot thicker than they are. Maybe put some, like, fur, in fact, around here. Just, some generic-ass snow boots. Just regular old snow boots. I'll, pop a little seam here. Just a little seam. That could stand to be a little less, in my opinion. More like right there. Another thing that, I mean, I suppose Photoshop has this, but I don't know what it has now. For me, to go in and use a liquefy tool in Photoshop, the last time I needed to do it, it was a bit of a process. But Clip Studio just gives you a liquefy tool, and I use it all the time to adjust drawings that if I were doing them analog, doing them manually, I would need to just redraw them. I would just need to erase and draw again and erase and draw again. Liquefy tool really lets me just fucking draw whatever quality drawing, and as long as it's the lines that I needed, I can move those lines around until I'm happy with where they're at. Okay. Furry boots. America straight up told him that he can't. If that's not a joke, that rules. I should do this all the time. You guys know more about Elden Ring than I do. And I was considering fur, and I think I probably am going to just go for that. Especially if he for sure has snow boots. Frankly, I should probably be referencing those right now. Wolfie just sent them to me. Alright, save it. Don't, where's? Oh yeah. Those are, far too specific. Let's see. Nah, man, I'm too far along. These are generic snow boots, that will be, fur-lined. So, once again, let's just blue that out. And let's do this. Let's do something approximating fur texture real quick, you know? Doesn't have to be great. It's not going to be the focal point of anything, and in fact, when it comes to putting snow in a scene, it's going to be very advantageous to have parts that are simply covered in white, and to do that in kind of a gradient. Which is why I'm not extra concerned about how these things are going to look. Because I think that they're just kind of... I think you're still going to see these, but they are going to start to fade into whiteness near the bottom of the image to really sell the blizzard effect. All right. Hopefully this looks cool. This is the kind of shit that I do, or that I've been doing ever since I've started doing my art digitally, is because they let you get away with this. That looks, I mean, not great. Mostly here. Fixed. Like I said, kind of a slave to the thing. It does not look good when you're zoomed in like this, but nobody's ever going to be zoomed in like this, so... Am I just coping here? Does this actually look terrible? I feel like it does. First of all, let's crank you down. Maybe my my attempt being efficient is just gonna come out like laziness. No, actually, this is fine. This is in fact good stuff. Now that I've adjusted it a bit. Another element of the drawing I'm really not happy with, actually, is this right here. I just don't think it looks very good. It was one of those things that I didn't pay as much attention to as I did the lion's face, or his face, or his hair. I just kind of scrawled that in, and it never got any better along the way, and now I feel stuck with it. I often will stick myself with things that I'm not happy with at this point, because I kind of spent a good number of years never finishing anything. Because I know when things look good and bad, and I get, like, upset. But it's, I think, better sometimes to just let these fucking things go. I've learned a lesson. I will not be drawing claws like that again. But it's kind of too late for this one. This one has to come out tomorrow. And to be fair, I don't always get the art for the members only stream videos done on time. But I try to. I could take a couple of days for this one. I could put together a thumbnail that's just what's been done here so far. And it's in black and white, and it's sort of cool looking enough to just stand on its own as a thumbnail for, like, the handful of members that we have until this is finished. But I don't want to do it that way. And in fact, what I would really like to do tomorrow, maybe, is get back to Alan Wake. I just beat Alan Wake 2 again. And, you know, I'm a fan of Alan Wake overall. I'm a fan of Remedy and Sam Lake and what those folks all do. But I am a much bigger fan of Alan Wake 2 than I am of Alan Wake 1. Alan Wake 2 is fucking amazing. Just all of the potential of the series kind of realized in one game. And I want to play all of them on this channel, but at the same time, I really want to play Alan Wake 2 as soon as possible. So I gotta get through those, I gotta get through Alan Wake 1 and American Nightmare. I gotta do it. So, be ready for that. Something that I'm sure you guys know about by now that I often do is I'll have really heavy shadows in here. I will, you know, say the light is coming from up here, okay? It's not. At least not for my purposes today. But if it was, maybe more like that. All of this would just get covered up. You wouldn't be seeing quite a lot of this. This isn't going to look good. I'm just going to throw this down real quick. fucked up. Hang on. You. Thank you very much. With, of course, you know, let's see. Some of that. A bit of that. And that kind of thing. It doesn't look right here because the rest of the image doesn't have any of that. But I tend to like that, and I do it fairly often in these drawings, and I do not. I thought maybe I would, but I do not want that going on here. I'm going to thicken up some of these lines because I think it'll look better graphically, but I am mostly going to do the shading in the colors. I don't think that this really calls for the kind of harsh shadows that I like to do. Oh, this isn't right. Oh, I'm on my dead pen. Keep it dead pen, meaning no line variation. You know, you see that this can go, it can go wide, it can go narrow. Dead pen is just, dead pen is just this. This and only this. You want this for like anime, actually? You want a much thinner line than this, but anime tends to not have much line weight. I'm still on it. I don't have really any overlapping hair in here, but let's give that a try. There we go. I don't like to redraw lines a whole lot, but it happens. Okay. Good enough. Again, this is one of those things, like this hair. Nobody's gonna be looking at it, but I want it to look good. Sometimes, you know, things aren't about the big... Sometimes you can't sell the big picture without some of the small picture, but... the hard part is knowing when. Pastel blues and whites. Consecrated snowfield, so pretty much. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much exactly how the color's going to go here. With a heavy emphasis on blood red, to the point that those other colors might just get washed out entirely. Mm-hmm. Alright. This is gonna be a pile of snow, so let's see. You don't want it to look too smooth. Alright, that's good. All right. Yeah, alright. Line weight time. Let's do some line weight adjustments. I think that this is pretty much it for the ink. Sarash's hair will be hard to get across without some kind of contrast between his big off-white hair in the background, and I think it'll be okay. If it's not okay, we can play around with it. Oh, incidentally, this axe. Concerned it doesn't have any detail in the handle. That I think might be a problem for me. I searched Godfrey the comedian accidentally, and now I need Godfrey Elden Ring. Actually, you know what? It's probably not gonna give me a better look at the axe than what I already have right here, which is... Yeah, an amount of detail I'm not going to be able to get away with at least representing. Somehow. It doesn't need to look, The axe isn't what this drawing is about. And I'm more of a comic book artist than an artist, so... We do little shortcuts for the sake of both saving our fingers and our eyes and not getting burnt out, and also just for like visual, because frankly, what would a bunch of detail in this axe be doing in this drawing? Wouldn't it just have you looking at the details in the axe when you should be looking elsewhere? So this all is going to be kind of whatever past a certain point. Accuracy isn't hugely important. You see some of these are like looping in and out. Again, just represent that real quick. Start erasing some of these overlaps. Alright. Actually, fuck this little bit right here. That's at least slightly better, and, maybe a bit more going on. I don't know how I keep losing my pen. It's because I don't know what any of the shortcuts are. I don't think it's good to have this long continuing line in the middle here. The purpose of this detail is to not draw any attention to itself. Just that it would look strange if it wasn't in there at all. This is one of those times when the details don't matter, but they do kind of matter. Past a point on even this amount of detail, I'm just gonna like stop. it's not gonna need all that. And I'm not even looking at my reference anymore. You see, this is just fucking scribbling at this point, essentially. Alright. I'm calling it enough. We've done enough. It looks fine. It looks pretty good. Now, let's start thickening up some of these. And I lost chat. Let me bring that back in real quick. There you are. Stray phrase. Give Siraj some stray phrase. Oh, I understand what you're saying. Too clean? To be honest, I mean, look at him. Look at what a majestic fucking creature, though. Like he does kind of. He does kind of look very clean. He looks a little up there in age, but like, I don't know. The wavy fur looks very good. That said, actually, you know what's a great thing that you can do as an artist? Okay, I don't know why it didn't happen. Oh, I'm like on the wrong one. Okay. There we go. That's gonna show me what isn't working. He definitely needs more. He does need more. He needs more fur. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, alright. It's like, you never want anything getting in the way when it comes to things like this, and I'm a very graphic artist, or at least that's my background. I like clean lines, and I think I get a little uncomfortable when we start doing this. That's enough right there. Here. More subtle, yeah. Can you hear this thing squeaking? I hope not. My setup here. See the arm? There's like a lever attached to the desk that holds up the tablet. This is really the most comfortable possible arrangement for me. There we go. Yay. Few more little details down here, and I think from here coloring and texturing for Siraj is just gonna have to take over. Looking good. Cool, I'm glad. I literally just looked up Elden Ring soundtrack and put it on. You can see the difference without these details we put in. I'd say that was worth the time. Okay, so ordinarily, starting on color, I would have a method for this that would get us through it pretty quickly, but because of so many of these lines not being closed, it's going to be a bit of a pain in the ass, unfortunately. I am not going to use any of the colors that I'm actually going to use right now. I'm just going to pick red because it's going to show me exactly where everything is. So yeah, quite a bit of work still to do. Sadly. Yeah, I think it made a big difference for the axe to get those details in there. Alright, we're picking out the regular G-pen and blowing it up. I wonder what happened down here. It was the boots. It was 100% the boots. Okay. We can fix that, I think. Okay. Nope. Still only got that one leg. Let's see what else. Oh yeah, that's a problem. Yeah. Just close all of that off. Okay. There we go. Something else that Clip Studio gives you Maybe if I turn that up, that close gap all the way, see what happens then. Oh yeah, because these lines are open as hell, and there we go. Okay. Sometimes coloring is a combination of shortcuts. Okay. All right. The rest of this is going to be fairly manual. Ultimately, it is possible the snow will be deep enough to just cover up his feet. I wanted to draw as much of them as possible to give myself the option to cover them up later. Anyway, I apologize for how just piss boring this next part is going to be. This is nobody's favorite part of the coloring process. I really try to avoid it as much as humanly possible. This color is going to reach out quite so far. That's fine. That's fine where it is. We'll say Clip Studio gives you a lot more control over how you use the fill tool. Because this whole close gap option doesn't even exist in Photoshop. The area scaling, actually a massively important feature of drawing things on separate layers, is that they should not stop when they get to the line, because then there would be all of this like sort of gray that you see over here. It has to go beyond the line. See how it's right in the middle of the line. Hugely important. Photoshop doesn't do it automatically. I've yet to find a way to make Photoshop do it automatically. Maybe it does now, but it didn't back then. It did not when I went and got Clip Studio, so... if there's, you know, any equivalent to Clip Studio that doesn't have a bullshit subscription model to get updates from, I'll switch to that. Okay. Thank you, Wolfie, for everything. Yes, it will help me a lot if you throw this thing a like. Vicky, what's up, Vicky? Good to see you. This is like the worst, this is the worst situation too, because I have to sort of precisely trace these. No getting around this part of the work. At least not if I want it to look decent when it's finished. That'll do. And this is not this is not how this is actually going to look. Just the process. Filling it in. Okay. I might be really putting a lot more work into this than it's gonna require in the end. But the thing is that if I don't do it this way, I'm just not gonna have many options for later on if I want to get sort of improvisational with it. If I want to try things. I'm going to actually need this like solid base. Excuse me. I think a lot of these stray flyaway hairs that we were talking about are going to be better suited as just pure colors, which is why I'm starting to do that now. Just let some of these just letting some of these tails go, actually, seems like kind of a good idea at this point. This, though, this one, yeah, no, let's just fill you in from there. You have a bit more detail. Alright, let's pull back, get a look. Yeah, we're sort of getting there. Could even subtract a bit. Oh, they're around. Mac is in a mood right now. He's got the zoomies. Mac, you got the zoomies, bud? One sec. Where is he? There he is. I can only drag it so far because I'm not using the extension cable. Look at him, he disappeared. He's gone. The little bastard. Oh, there he goes. Need a refill, need to pee. BRB. Let's zoom out on this bad boy, so at least there's something interesting up on screen while I'm gone. Yeah, that hair is gonna come together a lot in the coloring. Let me see if I can figure out what song it is. They don't list these by timestamp, unfortunately, so I'm not going to be able to figure it out. Should have put on the playlist. I've got breaking news. I hope y'all are sitting down for this. Or standing up. You can stand up. It's cause for celebration. Henry Kissinger is dead. Henry Kissinger finally fucking died. And he is trending on Twitter right now with Cambodia and R.I.P. Bozo. We've been counting down the minutes. We're like, why is it taking so long for this man to finally go to hell? But, well, here we are now. The day has finally come. Kind of a hollow victory, you know. None of the enemies of humanity ever really die when they should. Just gonna thicken this line up. Mac just screaming in the background. Probably not getting picked up. It's a shame, but I don't know how to make it so the mic hears things from across the room but doesn't hear the television, so. What'd you find? Oh, he found his mouse. Yep. What's that? I'm gonna have to look it up because I want to make sure I get it right. The Anthony Bourdain quote about the man. Once you've been to Cambodia, you'll never stop wanting to beat Henry Kissinger to death with your bare hands. Anthony Bourdain. You know, when he passed away, I had no real clear idea of who the fuck he was. And everything I've heard about him since sounds pretty based. And I'm bummed out that he was just a huge cultural blind spot for me. I don't know shit about Anthony Bourdain. Just that he, like, flew around the world and ate food. And I was like, that's a reality show. I'm not watching that. He is, yeah. He's the guy who eats weird food, or ate weird food until his passing. But people seem to really love him. I don't know exactly what it was. He seemed to give off, like, good person vibes. You know, the fact that he had the moral clarity to just be like, by the way, fuck Henry Kissinger is, you know, quite something. Makes me sad he's gone. does seem like somebody in retrospect who, like, kind of didn't care that much if he had a career or not. Like, he had already done very well, and was like, yeah, no, I'll just say whatever I like. And I am a great admirer of people who say whatever they like, provided their opinions are fucking decent. Some people think it's great if you say whatever you like, but, like, they're dumb as shit. No, it isn't good for you to say whatever you like, but... Right-wingers are always like, I speak my mind, and it's like, yeah, but you've never had an original thought. It's actually what annoys me about debate, too. People who think debate is an important form of political engagement. Like, it's about aesthetics. It's about performance. Not about actually achieving anything. Or the idea that, like, you know, certain people even deserve to be debated. That should be completely removed from the concept. Debate for a lot of debate streamers seems to be like a substitute for being a good person or something. It's very, very weird. A lot of debaters seem to want to, like, develop their opinions in a vacuum based on some, like, ironclad criteria that they themselves invented. Which is how you end up with, like, you know, weirdos like fucking Destiny debating incest with fucking 12-year-olds. Like, what are you doing, man? How is this your career? How is this anybody's career? How has our society come to this place? Also, like, any idea that I had that like that debates were, like, real and mattered got tossed out the window during 2016, the fucking Trump election, when, you know, I can't stand Hillary Clinton. I fucking hate her, but she washed him in those debates. He looked funny as hell. And I was like, dude, he, like, lost that shit. And it became apparent after a time that it didn't matter, and really it never mattered, and we had all been wasting our time watching these debates, as if this was as if it was an important thing that mattered to the outcome of the elections, and not just, you know, a sport. I think some streamers know they're not likable. They're, like, doing the streaming thing in lieu. Or, like, it appeals to streaming, or debate streaming, I should say, appeals to, I think, a certain personality type that, like, it doesn't actually believe in anything, really. They're not arguing, their real position as much as they're just like taking one for the sake of taking one, and what matters is how many people are gonna upset. And feeling smart, feeling like you've achieved some kind of like objectivity about the great issues of the day, and the morality of like complicated things, or the idea that there even is such a thing as like good and bad. Had a lot of problems with those guys. Oh yeah, I remember that, like an actual professor of Trump's being like, he's one of the dumbest people I've ever encountered in my life. That was pretty funny. I mean, he is a kind of smart, though. We underestimate the man at our own peril. He has a kind of, I would call it an animal cunning. The fact that the way that Trump sort of always knows, almost instinctually, almost not on purpose, except there are times when it has to be on purpose, what the funniest thing possible to say is going to be, and he just always does it. Whether it's a good idea or a bad idea. And it has, I think, led to, like, his smart political instincts, even though he's not smart. Because it turns out, you know, the best thing you can do in an election is just, like, come up with a funny name for your opponent. Unironically, like, it rules. That's the game. You know, when a communist like myself were trying to get people to quit voting for fucking Mayor Pete. That was how we did it. I genuinely... Nah, man. I don't know. It's always been funny, the fact that he is a child has always been funny. And it's always been funny that, like, even though he is a child and a simpleton, he can still talk circles around any of these professional psychopaths that he's running against. Like, it's kind of funny that there are educated people with knowledge who are quite a bit dumber than Trump is, and they work in our government, you know? And I kind of feel like the more you just don't like America, the more you come to these sort of realizations, and for me, that's one of them. Like, nobody running things here is like is any good at any of this, and to the extent that they are good at it, it's certainly not for us, or is ever going to be anything that serves us. Trump voters are fucking rubes because they like think he's on their side somehow. Insane thing to think. But you start to recognize after a while, I guess, that it's all the same psychopathy. It's all the same. He's a fascist, but he's like an avowed, sort of open authoritarian While America in general, you know, in terms of our fucking foreign policy, get out of here, we are fascist. Trump was actually sort of refreshing to a lot of politically disengaged people who don't understand necessarily a lot about social issues and whatnot, but they might not be fully like hateful monsters. I forget where I was going with this. Yeah, I mean, it's vague and stupid because he's stupid. Yeah. I guess that what I'm saying is that he is America. He's just America with the mask off. He may be an eventual catalyst for, you know, a kind of open, authoritarian, goose-stepping, fully right-wing, socially, economically, etc. government. But that, to be perfectly honest with you, I think happens without him. I think happens entirely without our input, because that's just sort of like the circumstances that we're in the place in history that we are at. Fascist movements arise when capitalism falters. America, already just a deeply authoritarian country, not a real democracy. But one that can sort of credibly sell itself as such to enough folks, less and less. I think especially since people started seeing footage from Gaza, you know, of children with their heads blown off. Ultimately, and I don't think this is black-pilled. I'm sure like a lot of black-pilled people don't think they're black-pilled. But I think that there's an optimism at the center of this. It's just not for us. It's just not for the Western world. I just don't think that... I think what goes up must come down, and we're not going to be able to, like, sustain our existing fucking reality, because, like, there's too many citizens of the world, not even the American people, right? Not even, like, the citizens of the sort of post-World War II order going like, wait, what's NATO? Does that make sense? And things like that. Wait, America's what now? They're spreading democracy in the world and shit. It kind of sounds like they just fund far-right governments to murder children, doesn't it? Has it devolved faster than it should have? Do we know that? Because I remember 2016 feeling like a big shock to me, but the more I thought about it, in retrospect, the more I was like, of course this is what's going on. Of course this is the position that we're in. I needed to sort of realize a bunch of stuff first, though, so... I think that there's like a baseline assumption that a lot of people have, even if they think that they're kind of cynical about this place, that I used to have, was that, like, okay, like, we weren't perfect, but we were, like, generally speaking, like, we were kind of keeping the order of things. We were keeping it all together, and No, that's... It's actually pretty stupid, and... Mostly, we've just, like, suppressed revolutions. We've kept things stable by forcing the world to adhere to the economy that we've created. Which involves a lot of blood. And that amount of, that willingness, I guess, a country has to not even try anymore to justify its colonial ambitions, right? Like what happened with the Iraq War, where there was just, like, I mean, I feel like that moment is in fact like a catalyst point for government sort of not bothering anymore, because it was the dumbest fucking story ever and it still worked. And now you see like a pretty solid majority of Americans feel betrayed by that. Just sort of things that have happened a lot over the years that have blown our credibility. And you don't get it back, I don't think. I think that, like, superficially, maybe we got it back in the eyes of, like, our European allies when we elected Barack Obama president, because at least he seemed like a fucking professional. How much do I want that to just... Nope. No, I think the crown ends right there. Yep. The rest of this is just hair. Yeah, Tiberius. I think that mirrors my thoughts and feelings pretty well. Yeah, I mean, a long time ago I would have considered myself to be a cynic about a lot of this stuff, and now I'm like, no, you weren't. Now I'm like, you were just like a regular American, dude. Because, like, regular Americans don't believe in the foundational lies anymore. They just aren't all the way there quite yet. And might never be, because that's what happens with fascism. That's the reason the economic reality of this place now is sort of the reason historically why fascist movements exist. When people feel insecure, they go and they look for the easy answers. It's hard for a lot of people, apparently, wasn't for me, to, like, turn their back on patriotism, or the concept that they should be, like, proud of where they were born for no real reason. Are we talking about Obama trying to be a kind person? Make life better for most people? Because I just don't believe that is the case. I believe that is what he presented himself as doing. But I don't believe that that's the case. I don't believe that that's ever the case for anybody who has the motivation and the wherewithal and the cunning to get themselves made president in a place as deeply evil as this one. I actually believe that Barack Obama was probably like CIA intelligence. Because he was so good at the whole anti-progress playbook. that's standing in the way and saying, no, not right now. Another time. Like when he convinced the NBA not to strike in the middle of the 2020 protests. That is a thing that I can't like forgive that dude for. Is like being that good at telling people, no, not right now. No, another time. Another time would really be more convenient for everybody right now. Also, Flint. I was done with him, like, thoroughly after Flint. Done with him, and, again, this is the whole problem. Done with America. Period. End of story after Flint. This dude who convinced people he was a good person goes into a state with poison water and shakes the hand of the guy who did it. And then drinks the water or pretends, to drink the water in front of everybody, and says it's fine. Hey, could I get some water? You can see the video, and it's like you see like the it's like heartbreaking, honestly, the betrayal on these people's faces that they clearly feel like they were like. They went all the way in for him in 2008, and or I'm sorry, was it 2008 or was it? He got elected twice. Whatever it was, whenever it happened, they swung for him, and they trusted him, and I don't know, man. The government in that place poisoned their kids. Gave them lifelong developmental problems. Like some kind of a fucking, I don't know. I was going to say the kind of country that we are told other places are. Okay, that's gonna need some work. What did I do here? What am I doing wrong? Oh, I was referring... No, that's not it. Area scaling is fine. Close gap could go down a bit. Well, whatever. I'll just fill this shit in. I don't think that intentions matter. I forgot that I was going to refine the line work here a little bit. And for me, things are kind of still on a spectrum, at least, in terms of there's a political party that is clearly better than the other one. It's the Democrats, but I just sort of don't believe that they are going to do anything about the problems that we have now. Just don't believe it. I don't believe that they're going to be able to do anything to stop the rightward decline of this place, because I don't think that they care very much about that either. I think again the jig was kind of up when Roe v. Wade just got like annihilated, and they didn't even have a fucking plan about it. They weren't like making a big stink about it the next day. And it's like, dude, I way back in fucking 2019 told y'all that man, Joe Biden, was a fucking conservative who's been saying his entire career he was fucking pro-life, but I'm supposed to think that he changed his mind in the middle of all this, and it's a coincidence that he didn't really, like, fight for it or make a big deal of it or whatever. Incidentally, another guy who sold us on the Iraq War. So it's sort of not like it's, yeah, there's a pretty significant divide between, like, technocratic psychopaths and just, like, sadistic maniacs. That is sort of the difference between Democrats and Republicans at this point. It's like the difference between, actually, I'm just going to fill this in with green and then just start erasing shit, because, like, this is too complicated. Fact. Let's see here. I'm going to make this, these colors all touch outside of the ink layer so that, right, like I can always just drop in, like one of these, the bucket. Look, why is that line not growing, though? It's not... Whether I'm using refer to other layers or the, whatever. Area scaling should take care of that. What if I make another layer and I make refer to other layers and then... No, still. I'm telling you, it... Maybe... No, definitely not. For other layers... Yeah, right, I'm done trying with that. It's whatever it is. I don't know. Don't know why that happens. I'll just fill that in. I mean, part of it is anti-aliasing, right? But, like, I don't know why it isn't just, like, pushing past it when I'm using the area scaling, which is supposed to take care of that. I shouldn't be doing these touch-ups when I'm just making the fills. You know what I mean? Like, that's not supposed to happen. I'm not sure why it's happening right now. None of the colors currently now are going to be the base for anything. They're just there to separate things. It would be a pain in the ass to try to pick out roughly the colors that I'm actually going to use for this, because... How do I describe this? It's like... The separation between colors is not going to be as obvious as it is between these colors. And it's really just helping me visually right now. Which is the main point. I have to have something here that I can, like, use the magic wand tool on to select, and then eventually change those colors into what I actually want them to be. But right now, no. The hair might actually be more textured than this once I do the colors. We'll see. Because I have... Let me track it down. There it is. I have a hairbrush. Doesn't look very good right there, but there you can see more. I might be doing some of that when I eventually put these colors in, if it doesn't muddy it up too much. I mean, Speaking of intentions, what do we think Hillary Clinton's intentions mattered when she, like... I shouldn't attribute this entirely to her, but she's in the email saying she, like, wanted this done, so it is what it is. To have Gaddafi assassinated specifically because he was trying to establish a United States of Africa. Essentially the world saying, enough of this, enough of the current order of things, we can take care of ourselves, and we will. We'll establish our currency and a way of doing things free of the U.S. government. And the U.S. government said, absolutely the fuck not, motherfuckers. It's just a thing that constantly happens with us, to the point of, like, I will not believe that the man or woman, or even trans woman, trans man, I don't even care, managing all of this shit, is just like a mob monster, inherently. Because it is the machinery of death. The machinery of climate change. The machinery of the death drive for the entire human race. The machinery to keep us doing the same thing we've always been doing, even when it's plain to see for everybody that it's not sustainable anymore. Oh, whoops. There we go. We'll start putting some negative space into here now. It's just that I don't have any more hope for here, right now, this place, at this point in time. For a little while, you know, I would have liked to believe that we, the people of this place, were capable of, like, a revolution. Not soon, maybe someday. But I don't really think that anymore either. I think that, in reality, any serious revolution, anything that gets us out of the state that we are in, isn't going to come from within here. It's going to come from the various places in the world that we have victimized. Does that work out well for us? I'm not interested in U.S. hegemony, obviously. Hegemony. But, like, for the people here, does that work out? I honestly have absolutely no idea. Do I support it? Do I reject it? I don't know. I think that these are inevitabilities. I just don't think that the American people are going to do something about all this at this point. I give them credit for trying. But at the end of the day, as a people, we just don't... We have too much to lose. We have people with nothing to lose, but not enough of them. We have too many people who, even if they're not buying into all of the foundational lies of the American dream and whatnot, are still sort of consider themselves to be racially incentivized to preserve that order, you know? That's a hard one to push past, especially because we cultivate that here. We make people think that way on purpose. A lot of things like that just have me feeling like this isn't about hope. This is about managing expectations for the future. And I think that you know, if you're the Nazis to the rest of the world, the story does not end with you solving that problem yourself, ever. Okay. I'll get rid of some of that. Okay. Yeah, Vicky. That's one of the things that I'm thinking of, yeah. Is that we can't actually do anything. They've sort of figured it out. They've figured out how to prevent anyone from doing anything. They figured it out in the fucking 60s when they killed all of the civil rights leaders and figured out the tactics of, like, infiltration. You watch arguments with left-wing people on Twitter, and you would think that the left wing were somehow, like, broadly representative of a majority of people in this country. the way that people talk about leftists as if we're all so important. It's kind of hard to believe that anyone really feels that way unless they are specifically trying to break leftist movements, you know what I mean? You really could not be more marginalized politically in this country than being left-wing. How long did I spend writing the description? 5 minutes, maybe? Remind me what I wrote? Fuck. I know I said something about Alan Wake being really good. Oh god, yeah, Oppenheimer, that's right. I forgot. I brought up Oppenheimer and how, yeah, I mean, it's not a subtle film. I finally watched Oppenheimer, and it's like the most obvious movie, but it's very, very good. Yeah, no, that's what I said. All right. Yes. I mean, he really does, I think, seem to think, Nolan, that none of the shit that happened in Oppenheimer's life would have happened if he could have just committed himself to believing in something. I'm exaggerating a little bit when I say communism specifically, but Oppenheimer specifically was a communist who couldn't commit to being communist. So it is kind of relevant and true. It's so funny, by the way, that like he paid for it so hard. It's sort of always the story with leftists, socialists, communists, whatever, trying to work with the established systems is that they'll really just use you for all that you're worth. And what am I doing wrong here? Okay. Like, if you're a genius, they'll use you to build their bomb for you. But any political ideas you have outside of that they don't like, they'll just destroy your entire life. You built the bomb already. They don't need you. So he really got fucked by really the people who he kind of saved. All right. Oh no, that's not right at all. If I change the tolerance. Yeah, actually, the tolerance seems to be... Nah, I'm wrong. Let's turn it up a little bit more. Yeah, it was the tolerance. Yeah, having the tolerance turned low is creating these ugly red lines that I have to fill in. Of course, I also don't want it to look like that. What did I fuck up here? Oh, right. I just, yeah, okay. So. Green to red, green, green, green. Big fat glob of green, right? Right here. Now, let's see how that goes. Still, alright. Flatten. Now. Shit. Wow. Also, this looks like crap. Alright, how about this? I'm gonna select every color, not these two. Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna select Magic Wand Tool, blue, green, green, blue, purple, dark red, then you. Okay. Select all, invert. Back here. Okay. Beautiful. Okay. See, now this we can do. This I can work with. Why that keeps happening? Fuck, what the hell? Refer other layers, sure. Apply, close, tolerance, area scaling. Refer multiple layers. I have no idea. Okay. Alright. You can kind of see now, I have to separate this lion from him completely because they're going to be two different colors. They got to be shaded individually and all this. Yeah, sorry. Kind of got ahead of you there. Yeah, the Nobel Prize is horseshit. They gave one of those to Obama. He ain't even done anything yet. And I remember at the time, because, you know, they create this world where there's no alternative, and you get stuck in it for such a long time, you end up defending your oppressors from people because you're just so goddamn annoyed with how fucking dumb they all are. You know, it's kind of a right-wing talking point surrounding Obama that he got a Nobel Prize for, I don't know, not being George W. Bush. But it was true! It was true! What the fuck were they giving him that shit for? Why would you give any president that without seeing what they do first? He's the president! Okay, we are finally we are almost there. Oh my god. We're almost through the hard part. This is the part that, I mean, to be honest, I feel weird about streaming this, but it's the best part for me to be streaming because it keeps me honest. I don't want to do this. If I wasn't streaming this shit, I would be getting up every 5 minutes. This part of any drawing is just fucking terrible. Alright. Probably hearing my pill alarm go off. I'll be right back. alarms to know what I take when. Yes. I don't think it's being old, though I am old. It's the ADHD. I really will forget to take those. Even the alarm isn't a guarantee of anything. Not too long ago, like last week, Mickey asked me if I had taken my morning pill. And my pills, I should say. There's a bunch. I take like 5 pills when I get up in the morning. And it was, I woke up early, very early, and I took those pills. But this was many, many hours later, and it was time to feed the cats. And feeding the cats generally coincides with doing the pills, right? So she asks me, "Did you take your pills?" And I'm like, "Well, it's time to feed the cats." Apparently not. Because I don't trust my own memory. I trust her way more than I trust my own memory. So then I took a second round of pills. Stopped before I took too many. I luckily took the ones that I don't think are like a huge big deal to take an extra one. I wasn't affected or anything. But yeah, I could forget to take them at all, or I could take them fucking twice. I gotta be really, really careful. Okay. I'm going to leave his hair red for now. Basically, the face, hair, beard are staying red, and I'm just going to sort of etch around them with dark blue for now. Again, not using any of these colors. This is about clarity for me right now. This is about being able to see how they're separating. And while I'm at it, I'm going to select all the red. I'm going to use, this makes it so the marching ants will disappear, but the selection is still applied. Another thing that I honestly, I don't know if Photoshop has it. But if they do, it's not as quick to access. And kind of matters a lot. I didn't know that. I didn't know that Kissinger was just one of those guys that used to exist in the past, where you just get a career. You just go a place and someone hands you one. It's fucking nuts. Really annoying when you think about how many people today are probably geniuses that we'll never realize. Because imagine if, like, okay, we know that that's how shit was in the past. We know that, like, as long as you were, like a white dude and you had some kind of skill to be exploited, you were gonna be just fucking fine, right? You could become Henry Kissinger. Thank you, Kale. I appreciate it. I like it better out, but like I needed it out of my face. That's nuts, dude. Like, yeah, like if he could pull that off back then, if the world was his oyster, if a mediocre man could rise to the level of genocide heir, back in those days, imagine how many geniuses were just fucking homeless, right? Imagine how much worse it must be now. Now that they've got this stuff refined to a science, now that all the most elite institutions are fully incested, not a word, but you know what I'm saying. Now that they got the fucking media on lockdown even. No meritocracy, folks. No such thing. Nobody gets where they are because they're smart, talented, any of that. If they are, incidental. Really is his only redeeming quality. That he hated Nazis. Personal stake, of course, and you know, we all know that not everybody took never again to mean never again. They took it to mean like, well, no, I should get to do genocide. Shouldn't be having that shit done to me. Are you crazy? I should be doing it. You know. Never again to me. Other people. Oh, forget about it. Dark stuff. Controversial here. It helps that, like, I have a fraction of my brother's viewership. Sort of the point. It should be me! Why wasn't it me, though? Not that, like, a great evil was done to me, but, like, the great evil was that it wasn't me doing it. Is fucking wild. Got a little spot. Get rid of that. Okay. Okay, I think we're good on this now. Right. Let's do that. Let's forego the loincloth, in fact, because that'll just help us separate that. We don't want to have to do that again. Sloppiness of the current coloring situation for these fur parts of these boots. That's just going to need to be dealt with. Now let's see. Well, now that we've got... Oh, real quick. Shit. Okay. Annoying, but okay. Here we go. It doesn't go there. It goes there. Okay. For other layers. For multiple tolerance. I guess I'll turn that way down. Stop hissing. Stop fighting. What the fuck's the matter with you two? She's relaxing. She's not bothering you. Okay. And then I'll just make that pink. I like dark pink. Okay. Dark pink loincloth. Ladies and gentlemen. And we're going to refer to editing layer only. Turn those marching ants off. And then we're just going to draw that in. The only parts I need to worry about coloring in the lines are the red parts. The rest, I can just fucking go nuts. See that? A lot of saving time on flatting is just knowing how to do this bullshit. Alright. Okay. Now, since most of his body here is this this dark blue color, I'll be filling in his face that way too, while avoiding the beard, which is currently red. Once again, I'm selecting all red, turning off the marching ants, so I don't have to worry about crossing over with the blue, green, any of that. I only need to be careful around the red parts. Oh, already we've got a problem. Fix. Cool. Okay. You know that everybody is currently vandalizing his Wikipedia page. Yeah, don't go on Wikipedia to try to find any reliable information about Henry Kissinger right now, because it's not going to work. Okay. I haven't said anything about this, but like, you can see the hair sort of going through his eye, and you can kind of tell that there's this part here where I cut through the line work, right? I did it here. I also did it to the side here, and I'm realizing now that I didn't do it here. So I'm glad I took a look at this. Hey, sweetheart. Mickey's home, folks. Okay. Again, it helps a lot with separating things like strands of hair from the face to just cut through them, the outline like that. You can see it happening over here too, where this one strand overlaps with the lion's many strands. Subtle but effective. Everyone's saying hi, babe.
Hi, everyone.
I don't know if you could hear that. She said hi, everyone.
Nos destinatem matribus nunc fintur pes ploravimus.
Yeah, some of this, that's fine, I think. You want that beard to look kind of patchy anyways. It doesn't have to be incredibly precise. Not patchy, you know what I mean? Like messy. What's up? Oh, I'm sorry, dude. Go play video games. You don't have to be here. Not obligated.
Who are you keeping from playing video games?
Wolfie's
Horrible man.
I know, he could be playing video games right now. Have you played Alan Wake 2 at all? Are you an Alan Wake fan, or did you just find out about Alan Wake through watching me play it? Because I'm actually very eager to play Alan Wake 2 with you guys. Have to as soon as I'm finished with this art, fast track the rest of those Alan Wake streams, because I really, really fell in love with Alan Wake 2. Okay, Wolfie, that's honestly just such cool news to me. I mean, look, if you decide you want to play the series, but before I finish this stuff up, that's cool. Obviously, go for it. But yeah, I'm looking forward to all of that being sort of new to you, because what an insane game! What an incredibly like uncompromised artistic vision on basically every level. It's the kind of video game you don't get away with making unless you made Control first. They are. I find like Sam Lake and the guys at Remedy have that kind of old Hollywood ethos of like we can deliver a project that we know is sort of for everybody, but then after we do that, you investors gotta make us gotta let us make our weird shit. Not that Control isn't totally weird shit, but Control's accessible. Alan Wake 2 is like, I mean, at base you need to have played Alan Wake, right? It's a nice looking game. It's not the main thing that jumps out at me about it. I think there's better looking games around. The environments are really pretty. Alan Wake sort of has to live up to that, because the environments in the first game were inarguably like the best thing about it. Get this one kind of close to the actual color, just because I'm running out of really bright shit to exploit here. No. There we go. Yeah, of course I fed him. Why do you think he's being an asshole? Because he's Mac. No, that isn't gonna work, but it will after I fix that. Alright. You see how it starts to take less and less time to separate these out the further in you get. A lot of the time, I don't really need to go through this process at all. But there's a lot of separated lines in this one, and a lot that the color work is going to be doing. So, unfortunately, needs to get done. Okay, I actually don't want, specifically I do not want area scaling here. Yep, okay, that's exact. And whatever color all this is supposed to be is going to be the same color as whatever this is, so. I moved the marching ants without realizing. Good thing I caught it. Let's pick another color. We'll do teal. Teal's nice and loud. Not enough of a contrast with bright green, though. We're going to turn that way down. And we're going to move it more there. Yep. Yep, that works. Of course, that looks a lot like his skin. About now. Yeah, fine. Really, there's not even going to be a lot of color contrast between these, like, pieces of armor and the lion's fur, Sarash's fur, I should say. Because it's just not being emphasized. Like, the detail sort of needs to be in there to the extent that you can see it, but it can't pull your attention away from everything else. And, like, there's already all of this undefined hair sort of overlapping with the rest of the details here, so you just have to, or at least the way that I handle shit like that is to keep this part of the image just vague, because it's not a focal point. I had to learn to do this making comics, because you'll just, like, kill yourself if you try to make everything work. You try to make everything look the way it's supposed to look, you know? Instead of just being like, this really doesn't need to actually have that much detail. You know, like, I don't need to kill myself making it, plus it's gonna look fucking better if I don't. It's hard to, or at least it was always hard for me, to figure out where that line was. You know, I've really gotten better at it largely through, the Elden Ring work. Because I learned it on the comics. I committed to it through the Elden Ring work. I have a tendency to get caught up on stuff when I care about the finished product. This is something where I care about the finished product, and it's on a fucking deadline. So, just gotta learn to be okay with things like that, things not being perfect, sometimes even accepting that things are better off not being perfect, I guess. That part is always difficult for me, because how do you know? Right now, I'm just drawing that line on, like, this doesn't matter so much. Not the part of the image that people are looking at. Same thing as with the axe when I was putting kind of little cursory details into the axe, but, like, really not trying to match what it really looked like or anything like that. This is not ideal, these little lines in here. Okay. See this here? You can kind of... Oh, wow. Oh, no, fuck that strand of hair, actually. Fixing that. That actually needs to be fixed. If I just select you and expand you by 1 pixel, then fill that in with proper color. No, actually. Alright. It's these, I mean, they're pixels. It won't matter. It's fine. Complaining bad. Damn, Vicky, holy shit. That's a lot of music. Trying to get rid of Spotify. Is Mac behind me or something? Can you see him? Oh yeah, you can. How about that? Yeah, there's my little guy. I'll try to stay out of his way. Buddy, did you hear me? Do you know those folks are watching you, dude? What's up, buddy? Who's my best boy? Do you want to smell the pen? You want to smell the pen? Oh, good boy. Excuse me. Oh, I was saying before I got sidetracked, this is going to need just shading. Shading is going to get us where we need to be on this spot here, because that does not look good. That'll be some kind of color blend. Boots. Boots and wraps. It's very, very fucking cold outside, yes. I went out and got beer earlier, and just the trip over there sucked. For other layers. Yeah. Now, that's a dream. See that? When you can fill in color that quickly? Ugh. You can see why I usually ink the way that I do. That last one, what was it? I was very, very happy with it. Renala. That didn't take a ton of work in the coloring stage. In fact, where we are at this point is like, this is taking way too long. But that was just, you know, it was a drawing that didn't lend itself to this kind of, I don't want to say sloppy ink work, but you know what I mean. There's a lot more of it. Alright, let's do something with these boots, and then from here on start figuring out what our actual colors are going to be. Yeah, that can sort of be vague like that. It doesn't matter the line. Alan Wake 2 has a musical section in it. It has just one of the most creatively inspired scenes I've ever seen in a video game. And it's Alan Wake the musical. And like the song kicks ass and everything. It's like a 10-minute long rock opera. It's like so up my alley. It's like a game that was made personally for me. Really, really jazzed about streaming it. This is a... Okay, number one, I'm realizing that some of this red is a bit... You know, look. Looks like shit. Damn it. Oh, this is a stupid problem. And a mistake, really, on my part. Yeah. Oh, you love your robe. I'm glad you still love your robe. I love my robe that you bought me. So much so that I put it in the picture that we use on STG. God damn it. Basically everywhere where the red of the beard gets into this blue is problematic. You know what, while I'm here? Sure. Okay. Cut you. G-pen. Smaller. I had meant to add more detail in the ink into this beard, the braided part, because it doesn't really match up with the existing beard, and I think that this is one of those parts that if you ink, it's going to look really nice. Okay, I think the situation from here is fine. Back to the inking. Right, like there's so much ink up here to the point I might even just... that. Yeah. Well, it wasn't too much to have to manually go over, thankfully. And some of it, like some of those areas were way too separated from the ink lines. It just wasn't going to work visually on any level, but some of it, like you see how crunchy the green and red is here? I'm pretty sure I can just live with that. Because this is like the closest you'll ever be viewing the drawing from. You know, like the thumbnail would essentially be something like this. Babe, I'm also very, very excited that it's your Friday today. It's the only thing about not having an annoying job to go to in the middle of the week all the time is that I'm just here by myself. I miss my wife. Alright, at this point I'm going to start looking at some of my Godfrey reference. This will be good. Okay. Refer to editing layer, no area scaling. 10 tolerance. Do not apply to connected pixels. No anti-aliasing. Okay, here we go. We're going to find a skin color that we like. People make swatches to access sort of their most frequently used colors. And I don't do that, but not for any good reason whatsoever. I really should do that. There's a lot of things I should do in terms of organizing the way that I make art, like workflow, right? Okay, that's... See, it's got to be dark, but you don't want it to be too saturated. Okay. Alright, yeah. Or, and this is pretty subjective, but I think that well, I was going to say something about what I'm going to do with the color, but actually I think that Syrah should be taken care of as soon as possible, so... It's really off-white. Not always the best idea to just spot colors off of a photograph, essentially. But like, yeah, this seems pretty accurate. Like, this is gonna make a decent enough flat for this. Okay. And then for his actual hair, I was thinking more on the blue spectrum, but even less saturated. Okay, and you can see you get sort of a not bad separation there already without even any of the detailing added. It'll be fine to start here for kind of a silver color, if that is indeed what it is. Hang on. Pretty much. Even if it's not, it's blending in with the colors in here now. So it's good enough for the photo. It's good enough for us. On the other hand, oof, that's certainly golden. I don't know if I ever searched for Syrah reference specifically. It was always... It's always just Godfrey who comes with Syrah, but like... Yeah, that crown, it would seem, is not like it's... I'm seeing at least one drawing where they interpreted the crown as being golden. And, you know, maybe even it is. But if it is, and it doesn't look good in the drawing, it doesn't fucking matter. So that's the thing I'm really trying to determine. Mostly what I see in Godfrey iconography is that as much as possible, there should be little separation between him and Syrah. Plus, Syrah is translucent. So I am going to go with this silver coloring. And we're going to call it a day on that. Sirache overall, I don't think requires this level of fussiness that I'm putting in, because he's like a spectral being. His tongue will be red, but like off red. That's very off red. That's not going to work at all. More. Yeah, thumbs too. Subtlety. Shading later, also. And make that scar just a little bit darker and redder. Okay. And that eye isn't really an eye, it's cut out. Is... yeah. Cool. Alright, now he's got... well, fuck it. Let's just make his eyes that too. Make that tongue red, because it's gonna look kind of awkward if it's not. Even more. You don't want to go too far. It's not the thing to be oversaturating here. As far as these fucking teeth go, you know, I think I'm gonna select those, and I'm just gonna mess with them. Okay. While I'm in here, seeing a few more things that need cleaning. You can see what a nightmare, by the way, it would have been to do these colors originally, right? To like actually choose the colors that I wanted here. It would have been nearly impossible to fill these in accurately. Speaking of accuracy, as much as comic book stylings need to be what was the word I was about to use and then immediately forgot? That sucks right there. Look at these pixels. Oh no. Yeah, I'm just like worrying now much less over these separations, you can see. This lip, bottom lip, really seems to me that it ought to be flesh colored. That's what I was gonna say, I think, is that this sort of comic booky style, right? This doing a lot in the ink. You will really only cause problems for yourself and the drawing if you try to draw every detail with ink, unless you're going for like a hyper-realistic style. mostly you will just like make young people look very old. So I was not about to draw in the difference sort of between the beard and the lips, because like at that point you need to start drawing in the difference between a lot of other much more detailed things that this is not the style of art that we're going for here, if that makes any sense. Maybe a little bit more of this. Maybe a little bit more of that on the bottom end. And then, I'm feeling like this actually needs a bit. It's like... yeah, it's actually gonna kind of help if we can see that. Okay, and then we'll fill in some more of that gray again. Okay. Maybe I think that'll about do that. Just give this, let's see, not quite gold, not quite copper. A little brighter? Mm-hmm. And a little darker. Mm-hmm. And let's see. Close like that. Mm-hmm. The only thing, the color I haven't changed is that axe, which is, I don't know, I think it looks pretty good. Maybe it should be a little more desaturated. When you're on the flats, honestly, this stage maybe isn't the time to be the most concerned about accuracy, because you're going to change so much about this once you start adding in highlights and shading. I'm going to throw in a background here that's not the background I'll be using, but it will provide us a degree of separation. I wasn't big on creating much contrast within the lion here, but I think this is kind of in need. Okay. Everything on the white gold scale hair-wise when you do highlights. Okay. I will take your advice, sweetheart. Alright. So far, so good. Save it. Maybe flip it. Still looks good to me. Yep. Sirash always looks a little weird to me hanging off of his back, but that's what he fucking looks like, so I don't know. I feel like drawing is something that anyone can do. I don't really believe in talent. It's just did you get into it when you were young and impressionable and had nothing better to do? Is maybe more the question. So I don't have to do highlights this way, but sort of the easiest screen. Pick a sort of neutral, bright color, not white, and actually use the soft spray. Oh wow, barely registers in fact, so thinking actually of like multiply, how multiply handles things, and in fact for so much of this, actually, I need just white highlights. Otherwise, this lion is not getting emphasized in the right places I need it to. Yep. Yep. Makes a big difference. Already. Times in the past, I've done this with more of a kind of cel-shaded effect, and sometimes I'll do that still if I think it's appropriate for the image, or really if I'm just in the mood for that sort of thing. This sort of highlighting is clean and relatively quick to see results. Very, very good for my purposes. Always doing these fucking videos last minute. Me, always doing these last minute. I get the character that I'm supposed to draw at least a week in advance. Don't we all operate better under last minute panic? You can see already, like look at how that's starting to take shape. Look at what a huge fucking difference it makes just to have some highlights in there. Alright, procrastination, sure, but like, it's getting results every time, you know? I did not get really a chance to go be horny and disgusting with my wife, so I'll be right back. Yeah. Yep, there he is. There's our special boy. It's a shame I can't get the camera closer to him. I mean, I could unplug it. Honestly, unplugging it might freeze up OBS and then we'd have a serious problem, so never mind. I think this also having so much like detailed ink work would not be served well by my typical cell shading style. I think the softer look is probably the way to go. Said at the top of this thing, but I'll say it again. Zach had the idea to do Godfrey fighting giants in the consecrated snowfield, and I thought that was such a great idea. And I essentially started drawing that idea before realizing that if I wanted to properly represent giants, I was going to have a hard time showing this dude because giants are massive. And even this guy, he's like 12 feet fucking tall. He's still like a baby compared to a giant. So I couldn't emphasize him in quite the way that I wanted to. And I liked the pose that I was doing, and I liked the concept of it being in the consecrated snowfield. So that's where we're trying to land. Trying to get this man highlighted, shaded, and out in the consecrated snowfield, covered in blood. Covered in giant's blood, which just looks like regular blood. I was thinking, like, maybe I'll throw some giants, like, in the background? Or, like, but now they would just be, like, representational because they're background. I don't want the fucking thumbnail of this video to be a puzzle for people to solve, so we're gonna be better off, I think, if I stick to highlighting this image and making the consecrated snowfield just kind of a white, blizzardy void. Another thing that I've figured out since doing these thumbnails for these videos, and I think if you were looking for it, you can actually see the process happening, is just me getting better and better at knowing what's going to work in a thumbnail and what's not going to work in a thumbnail. Because I would have, like, ambitious ideas, and then I would draw them and they would be pretty underwhelming. And a pretty big part of it was, in my opinion, just that it wasn't the right, like, presentation for them. It wasn't the right context for those drawings. You can't just draw something, expect it to be a good looking thumbnail. So ever since then I've been framing them for thumbnails. Even when I'm not framing them for thumbnails, I'm framing them for thumbnails. Let me see if I can save it. Let's see, what else? So many folders. Elden Ring, Renala. Alright. My frames aren't in here either. Okay, so that's annoying, but why are these so out of order? I date them and everything. Where are my recent ones? What the fuck is this shit? Okay, Fia. Fia probably still has that shit in there. There they are. There's my guides. This is what I'm talking about. you know, the horizontal 1080p frame, that's for the videos. This vertical frame is for the shorts, and I do these zoom in guides as well, so that I know more or less, you know, what the animation is going to look like. I didn't bother with this one because it's fine. It's gonna be there's plenty of space to move around. I've not thought about being a tattoo artist, or at least I've had people say that I should be a tattoo artist, but it's an opinion that I've never really taken too seriously, because I'm sort of uncomfortable with putting shit on people's bodies. Yeah, the thing with including the giants is I don't know if other artists are this way, but I have a real problem where I can sort of picture what I want things to look like in my head, but like when it comes to scale, I'm just kind of fucked. I seem to just think, like, in my mind I can almost picture a fourth dimensional fucking object. Because it's hard for me to determine, like, from what viewing angle things are coming from, and like why you can and can't see certain things from certain. It's like weird. It's perfectly fine when you're just drawing. When your main priority, or at least when my main priority, is to draw things to the scale that they actually are, fine, no problem. But like the idea that I was going to basically get a giant in here, it's just like, where exactly did you think that you were going to represent a fucking giant in this thing, Pat? At best, you know, the move would have been to take basically this pose and shift. Actually, let me go back to my 3D guy. Just like take this pose and say, start drawing from something like that. That at least would, maybe you could cast a shadow over that, and there would be no doubt, like, oh, he's fighting a giant. Actually, I really love this track from Elden Ring. This is the trailer track, basically. And, it always felt very epic to me in the way that Lord of the Rings felt epic, or Game of Thrones felt epic. I think these strong, sweeping scores with a lot of emotion behind them are weirdly underrated nowadays. In movies, games, I think that everybody's too afraid of being cringe. Another one of the reasons I just, like, absolutely loved Alan Wake 2 is how much it just goes for it at pretty much every fucking given possibility. It just always goes for it. It never pulls back. It never says, well, maybe this could be a little more. No. Fully commits 100% to whatever it's doing. Doesn't really care if you feel like you're in on the joke or not. sometimes. But again, I like that. I admire that. And yeah, like the actual point of what I was saying, the musical, the fucking musical. They put an Alan Wake musical in the middle of Alan Wake 2. All about his life, his childhood to adulthood, the story of how he ended up in the dark place. It's a musical. And it also just, it rules. It fucking, the music rules. It's great. And it is very, like, cringy. It's very, like, hard on its sleeve, kind of, not cynical heavy metal. Show me the champion of light. I'll show you the herald of darkness. Very, like, archetypal. Lost in a never-ending night. More of that, please. Oh, look at this ugly-ass outline we got going on here. Ugh. Okay. We are just going to try to select every errant little color we don't like. Because this needs to be aggressively taken care of. Whatever it is that's wrong here. This sucks bad. It's not affecting anything else. I was going to delete it, but let's just fill it with more of that we like. Oh man. It sucks to get kind of deep into this process and realize that you just screwed some things up somewhere along the way and you don't even know where or when, but you have to correct them. Look at this overlap here, like what happened? Sorry, reading chat. Does anybody else sort of think that the whole like superhero boom is actually done now? 'Cause it really is starting to feel to me like this is it. Screwed up. Screwed up. Those highlights don't go on that layer. Pat, you screw up. Fix Up was good though. Okay. Okay. Where did I start making bad changes? Just about there. Okay. Now let's use the right layer. Every artist stream has a moment where they use the wrong layer. I think these highlights can be applied sort of haphazardly. It's fine just as long as there's some color variation in there. We're good. Yeah, see, because from there that looks pretty good. Bit more highlighting in the beard up top here. Just might be a bit more balanced that way. Let's zero out that beard. Paint within. Hide it, you know? That's very fucking true, Mickey. It's always been a weird thing about those movies to me, even when I was like, yeah, I'll see all of those, sure. Because they were never bad. I wouldn't characterize the Marvel movies as bad. I'm just fucking sick of them, and I'm sick of the whole, like, corporate franchise movie situation in general, because they ran it into the ground. But, like, the movies themselves were always perfectly competent, even when they were boring, even when I thought they were just kind of nothing whatever, like a Captain Marvel or something. It was still, like, a competent film. It was not, like, poorly made or anything like that. But they were pretty much always, you know, from minute one, as superheroes, not heroes. They were just sort of the military-industrial complex. The part in superhero stories where they start out saving people and later on they get organized basically didn't happen in the Marvel movies. And so they always felt a little uncomfortable to me. Because, I don't know, like, the standard superhero movie has at least one scene, or it used to at least have one scene, where the hero would do something heroic, and now it's just kind of... it became, with Marvel, just an assumed thing. You didn't need to see all that stuff. It's like, I do still, actually. I need to know that this guy isn't just a lunatic. I want to know that the community appreciates him. I don't know. I'm also just, at this point in my life, philosophically primed to be incompatible with any of that. The first fucking, Iron Man movie is about, like, a war profiteer who makes weapons for a living and turns over a new leaf by making a weapon that only he's allowed to use. Pretty stupid, really, when you think about it. I'm getting to where I want this to be fucking over, and it is really not anywhere near over. It's very good for me that I'm streaming this, to be honest with you, because like I was saying earlier, I could see this going till into tomorrow if I didn't have an audience. You guys are making me feel like, you know, I should have something to show for this by the end. Y'all should actually be getting a sneak preview compared to those plebeians who watch STG and don't even know that I have a channel. Y'all are getting the good shit. But in order for you all to get the good shit, I have to actually finish this thing, where it doesn't count. Oh, I was talking about Iron Man. That was the first of those Marvel movies. The hero's journey was ended in Fast 3. Was earned in Fast 3. Sorry, I don't know what happened there, but earned in Fast 3. I don't know how unpopular that is. Is it? I know that Fast 3 isn't generally people's favorite one. I know it's yours, and I think there's a good case to be made for it being just objectively the best one. It's like a legitimately good movie. Outside of like its value to the overall franchise, it's just like just a movie that like is a real blast to watch without even giving a shit who Vin Diesel and Paul Walker are. That's all. Really, really loved. Like, I liked all of them. I had a lot of fun watching all of them, but I just fully enjoyed Fast 3 on like its own merits. When it comes to a character like Captain America, obviously he's fully inextricable from his historical context. Superheroes at their best, I think, can be kind of subversive. But more often than not, these are you can call it mythology all you like. It's not even not true, but like it is owned and controlled by corporations, and corporations don't have morals or even like values or views or ideas about anything, other than like what is friendly to power, and whatever's friendly to power is whatever doesn't challenge people too much and makes them feel good about the world they live in. And I feel like superheroes, it's very, very easy for them to serve that purpose. Alan Moore would say the same thing. And he would tell you that's what Watchmen is actually about, and nobody understands it. Captain America, correct me if I'm wrong, is just straight up World War II propaganda, right? Like he's a hero born out of that entire conflict. Sorry, just giving him a pelvis there real quick. Seemed to me he could use one. This dude is, as I have drawn him for the most part, pretty like anatomically correct. Okay, he makes sense the way that he's put together. This is a human being with human muscle structure. but there are these points of exaggeration, and one of them is these legs. These legs are way too meaty. These legs are... this is what Vegeta's legs on Dragon Ball Z look like. This is not realistic at all. But not really the point. Same with some of these highlights. I mean, vaguely this is about a light source, but mostly this is about three-dimensionalizing the thing. Which is why I'm gonna put a little subtle highlight around. Not here, actually. This is gonna get some shadows. But here... Yeah, okay. Everything else is good. Vegeta's got great legs, you take that back. The way that muscles are drawn on Dragon Ball Z is fully unique to Dragon Ball Z, and also not at all what the human body looks like. Not objecting to this at all. I really, really love Toriyama's art style, and I love that he takes liberties with reality in that way. Legit kind of funny that the characters on Dragon Ball are all like big muscle dudes, and none of them have realistic muscles. None of them. Like, human anatomy is fully besides the point as far as Dragon Ball is concerned. In Dragon Quest, really it's about Toriyama and how he draws. Man has a style, what can you say? I really like him specifically. His style, and also just like him as a creator. Because people have their issues with Dragon Ball. I have had my issues with Dragon Ball. Dragon Ball was on in the 90s, and we were all very into it, and even back then we were like, well, this is pretty like dumb in a lot of ways, and could stand to be a little more, I don't know, not dumb. But now, as an adult, I am just like, no, like, it could only be the way that it is. There's no other person who is like this dude. and you take the good with the bad, to the extent that bad even exists in a world full of rules that he made up. You know, was it bad that the end of the Buu saga fucking just went on forever, with the Goten and Trunks trying and failing to fight him, and ultimately just making asses of themselves? Yeah, I mean, in terms of like screenwriting 101, you would certainly say that was a waste of time, but in terms of like the only man capable of coming up with any of this shit even is going to have a really like goofy sense of humor. Alright. I'd say this loincloth situation is going pretty good. Remember I said I was going to add ink highlights to this, and then or ink highlights, thickness, more line thickness, And I think twice I said I was going to do this. Twice I forgot. So here we go. Start playing around with some of these lines. I just think thickening up some lines is going to look real nice. Giving us... I mean, I'm going to pick the lines I pick for reasons, but I think that this is going to make the image more readable and more appealing. Throw some thick lines in there. Yep, I've watched a OG Dragon Ball. I've read all of the manga actually. Which I don't ordinarily buy manga because it's like a really expensive habit. It's you know, I'm sorry to say, I would really like to be more into manga than I am, but it's easy to download anime and hard to have enough money to... Where did I fuck this up exactly? Do you see this? There it is. When did I do that? That... Okay, whatever. That's gonna have to... Shit. Alright, right there. That's fine. And where would you put it all? Good question. I think... I just remembered I'm still trying to buy Berserk and read Berserk. But maybe my motivation for getting through and reading Berserk should be... I don't know why I act like... no, I should buy more books. It's like, you're not reading the books you own. But I was, like... I was thinking about how invested I got in Chainsaw Man, and how there's just absolutely no way that we're going to see very, very much of that anytime soon. And I feel like if that was the one I was going to get into, or if I was going to get into another manga, that would be the one to do. That or Dorohedoro, which is another one that we're definitely not getting any more anime of. Chainsaw Man was too successful. There's going to be more, but it's not going to move fast enough. I should try to read Berserk. I think I told y'all that I was reading Thomas Pynchon's Crying of Lot 49, which I have not gotten past 10 pages of that thing. To say nothing really of the quality of it, it's just, it's hard. Dense, and Pynchon is very fond of run-on sentences. That'll be just fine. In fact, more there. Yeah. Yeah, I like the way that. Okay. Pynchon is very fond of run-on sentences. Basically, every single paragraph is a giant run-on sentence, and it is very good at portraying, you know, a kind of scatterbrained protagonist, right? But Not good if you have fucking ADHD as I do. So it's going to take some effort. The other one was a conspiracy book called Program to Kill by David McGowan. As I fall further and further into my rabbit hole of radicalization, I was like, let's check out this thing that theorizes that basically that the American serial killer was a political creation. That you know, this sort of like sort of random terror that we are constantly experiencing despite being supposedly a very safe country is essentially like a part of a CIA pressure campaign. It's like, do I buy into that? Well, no, not really. Not totally anyways, but do I think that they're capable of it? Certainly. And I'm just getting stuck on that because every time I finish a chapter, I'm like, okay, you're full of shit about everything. I'm pretty sure you're full of shit about a lot of that stuff you just said, and then I go and I look it up, and it's like, yeah, it does seem very convenient that that person died right before testifying in court, if not for the fact that they pickled their fucking liver over the course of their entire lives. And had severe alcohol problems, and then just like died of alcohol poisoning one day. I'm sorry, but like, it's actually not very mysterious at all. All right, okay, we're getting there. Oh, Cavalier and Clay, yeah. I read what? No, but I'm aware of it. Should have asked me, I would have told you. It was a big deal back when it came out, and I always meant to read it, but then it kind of dropped off of my radar entirely. It was good, but it had Cider House Rules ending. And at this point, I just feel like I'm so fucking tired of superheroes altogether that I'm never gonna read it. Hollywood really did to me with superheroes what Hollywood did to me with zombies. Where it's like one of my favorite things, and I just was like, I don't want to see any more of this shit. You've done it already. It's enough. Time to move on. I feel like all of these movies flopping is a pretty clear signal that a lot of people are in my boat right now. That this movies as commercials thing is at the end of its it's nearing the end of its time, thank God. And I think it's really quite something that people, I still think it's amazing that people packed into theaters to see Oppenheimer. And that since then, it seems like the movies that are doing well are pretty serious films. Like real movies, like back in the day. Like, say what you will about Christopher Nolan and whatnot, but like, that Oppenheimer is an auteur-driven film. That is a movie that I don't think could be made the way that it was made by anyone else, and that was, in fact, the appeal of it. And I feel like between Nolan being a director who is a household name, okay, and Ari Aster at this point almost being kind of like a director who is a household name, and Jordan Peele being unequivocally a director who is a household name. The thing that's actually getting people into the theaters anymore is basically the thing that got me into theaters back then, was good directors. If a director made something and it was good, I would see fucking whatever they made after that. Barbie, Greta Gerwig. Commercial movie, really a big, like, hour-long Barbie commercial, obviously, but still creator-driven. Project that would in no way be the movie that it was if anyone else had made it. Even if people don't even fully get that what they're doing is going and seeing director projects, you know, still appears to be, whether they can voice it or not, the thing that folks are in the market for now, which makes me happy. Yeah, Vicky, I agree. I actually like really, really, really tend to love things that that adhere closely to that structure. But it again has gotten to a place where, like, it's like do you think that this is the only way to make art? And I'm fucking tired of the hero's journey now too. I've circled all the way back around on my art and writing. Where I just am kind of like, oh, there really aren't and should not be any guardrails. You can think about structure all you like, and but at the end of the day, these are just like things that are kind of proven to work that you can pull from. But they aren't going to work if you don't have something more behind them. And you know, it's how you end up in a situation where, like I was saying about the Marvel movies, I don't think any of them are bad, but they're kind of good, and who cares? Congratulations, your machine can produce a thing that resembles a movie, but, like, why did you make it? To make money. Well, A24 as a studio, I think it's very funny that a studio has fanboys. But I get it. I fully understand why that is. Because they are one of the few production companies that is willing to fund creator-driven projects. They don't entirely deserve the reputation that they have for only putting out, like, prestige shit. They put out the Five Nights at Freddy movie. They make garbage, just like anyone else. But they've had enough interesting projects creatively that people just associate them with smart, thoughtful genre films. Campbell was an asshole anyway. Yeah. The other thing about the hero's journey as a concept is that it is genuinely on his end meant to be like kind of demystifying of stories and how they work, how humans interpret the world around them, and how it's never really changed. And And I can prove this to you by explaining this hero's journey and how it works, etc. Disregard the fact that I ignored multiple cultures to reach this conclusion. Basically, there are actually many different kinds of stories, and those I just didn't look at those ones. I mostly looked at the white ones. Kind of a shitty thing to mislead all of us aspiring writers on, you know? About. Actually ending up with, like, some pretty clean work here. I feel like if anything is going to be in shadow, it's going to be this this chest and abs area, which still needs its highlights, but yeah, that looks better, way better. It's a little bit darker going right there, and it looks better. I've picked this like purple desaturated color as my shadow color. I didn't go gray or black or anything like that. This is a trick. Turns out a shortcut to making an image look really interesting and compelling is to just have some fucking color in there, even if it's not a lot. And you know, I could go through each part of the image and individually figure out what color would look best as a shade for each color in there. But I am not ever going to do that. I don't have the attention span. So I pick a purple. Or, you know, depending on the type of drawing that I'm doing, it could be any other color. But even just to like start with, this is kind of my default, is this purple color. And it brings just a little bit more to the shadows than there would be if you had used gray. You wouldn't think it would matter intuitively. It doesn't seem to matter, but it matters a lot. Speaking of Dragon Ball, one thing I really don't like about the art style in the new seasons is how it kind of seems like they're doing that. Every highlight is white. Every shade is just gray. It's just 50% of the original color. That's what the shading is, you know. Not in the more recent stuff. The tournament, what do you call it? The universe tournament or whatever. The tournament of power, yeah. The animation got a lot better in that one. Sure what happened. Budget, I guess. But in some of that early Dragon Ball Super, very, very flat coloring. To the point it was making me crazy as an artist, you know. I was debating earlier over what color this crown ought to be. And I landed on silver because it kind of seems like in most of the drawings of this guy with Sirash, Sriracha is very, like, spectral. So, even if this crown is supposed to be gold or something, my assumption was that we weren't gonna see much of that color, so I shouldn't put too much into it, but let's just go ahead and do that. These arms also, the shackles, or she just yelled at me from the other room. That's better. That's what I'm going with then. That just settles that. Hey, did we lose music? Did we? Oh, we did. We killed the Elden Ring soundtrack. How about that? Here we go. This is the Alan Wake 2 soundtrack. Let me know if it's too loud. This is the musical, by the way. Speaking of Alan Wake just being perfectly, like, on my wavelength, since day one, even though I don't love that first game, I've always loved the concept of the clicker. First of all, it's called the clicker. Being an object of great power that's just called the clicker is fucking incredible. It rocks. The fact that it fully breaks every rule in storytelling, it's a Deus Ex Machina, it's a MacGuffin, it's inexplicable, sort of how it works, where it came from, why it works. Sir, I said that because they brought up the clicker in the song earlier. I don't want to, like, spoil anything for new fans. Godfrey blasting this while committing genocide. Love you, sweetheart. And the award goes to Alan Wake. Hell yeah on this lion. Damn, that looked good. Look at this. Look at the difference. the champion of the night. Show you the herald of darkness, lost in a never-ending night, diving deep to the surface. You see what a big difference is making just having this amount of color variation in there. Oh yeah, this is gonna have to get covered in it back here. Okay.
Story like Tom Zane before him, and maybe they'd be happy once again. Just one shot, one more chance for him to save their marriage away from the city, a romantic getaway.
Thank you, Zine. Happy to see you in here again. Or, well, you know, in here, on a stream. Was missing you. I'm actually going to select these two. So that no crossover, but that's too many lines in there. Is chariot true and right? Is within him. Of the lake. Another thing about Alan Wake 2 is just as much of a nothing character as Alice is in the original game. To the point you're just like, damn, they could not write women in video games back then at all. By the end of Alan Wake 2, holy shit, even his wife rocks. Even Alice Wake, I'm like, what is she doing? What has she got planned here? Did I fuck up with this? I did. I fucked up pretty bad with this. I put my highlights on the wrong layer again. Except this time, I am just gonna live with it. It's too late for that shit. Kind of hard to select it. Alright. Select the skin, the eye, the hair, teeth, tongue, invert. Now. Okay. Not that it needs a ton of shading. This will just be... Yep. Just for the sake of some more differentiation there. go to work on these teeth a bit. I didn't touch these at all. Scene, when are you around, generally? Because I don't have a streaming schedule figured out yet. And it would be best, obviously, if I could try to have these on during times when, like, the most amount of people are available. And as far as art goes, that's going to be a bit of an issue because it needs to get done when it gets done. Or it needs to be done when it needs to get done, and that's that. I can stream it, or I can't stream it, but with video games, obviously, that's just recreation. I can try to make sure I'm doing that when folks are available. Alright. Getting a little bit more detailed on some of these highlights. Why not? I can see it getting to a point here where me getting too detailed with some of this stuff gets problematic for us. Let's highlight these teeth real quick. Here's the mellow part of the Alan Wake musical.
Trapped in here, is this real? I cannot remember. There was a manuscript at Elder King, a vicious cycle I must not surrender to. Echo scenes to seek out again and again until I figure it out to bring this song to its end.
Better. Okay. See, I had to add a couple more layers in there to make that work, but it works. Climax. Deep to the surface. Look at that, another highlight I drew in the wrong fucking layer. Alright, let's find another Alan Wake track. Like.
Look in the mirror, the cobweb of my soul.
Sticking to Old Gods of Asgard for now. Oh, cool. Cool zine. Cool zines. Cool beans. Cool zines. Alright, good enough. Not doing anything in the the shading to highlight these sloppy details here. They're just supposed to blend in. Okay, axe looks very good. Add a little bit more here. After this, it's going to be all about, well, thickening up some of those lines again because I keep bouncing back off of that. And then background. And, you know, most of my backgrounds are not proper backgrounds. Backgrounds are kind of like, it's like a whole new project every time you have to draw a background. It's not like I can't do that. It's just like, Jesus, I would need longer. So this background for our purposes is going to be just snow. Just snow. And I'm sort of wondering if even drawing it as soft as possible wouldn't be like a miss for like the overall image in the end. Let's see. Yeah, like, I feel like this is honestly kind of working for snow. This could certainly be done with a more defined line, not just like spray painting this, but I sort of feel like the more shit I put into this, the worse it's gonna be. And maybe we've got a pure white up front right here, okay? So we don't want that totally, but we also don't want a huge difference. So this is kind of a bluish. But still very white. Maybe even a teeny bit more. Making this background darker so that I can see a little bit better the results I'm getting here. Someone, I think it may have been Wolfie, said earlier that the way to go here would be to have sort of, you know, very strongly Elden sort of enveloped in snow, but like with kind of bluish background, which was my thought. And so I am going to pursue that idea. That looked kind of good. And more like this for the background. Taste that. More of a fade down here, maybe? That's not the fade we want, though. Yep. And I am sort of thinking the magic happens. Not with that, but one of these is gonna get me to a place where I'm happy. See, I don't even really like this as snow because it's just too... look at it. Damn, it even really looks like a tile. It's a shame. That looks pretty good. Sometimes all it takes is that running color brush. Always trying to find new brushes. But that's another thing that Clip Studio offers that you don't get with Photoshop is just assets. They're very good with assets. And I have a few that I use on a fairly regular basis. Let's see if I can... These are so disorganized, but in these downloads you can kind of see there. Here's just random hand reference. Someone just drew a bunch of these hands. Can't hurt to have, so I have it. Red smoke. A few different images of the moon. Why not? Chainmail. A chainmail texture. Fire brushes. These are just brushes that are really good at making fire. Oh, a skull. There's a few skulls, and that Fia drawing, if you'll remember, she's lying on a bed of skulls. Now, I didn't find a brush that would draw skulls for me. I could have, but it would not have looked very good. But I wanted as much sort of skull reference as I could get, and I wanted to be able to like easily kind of stack them into the image such that that they wouldn't like draw attention to themselves, but they would be like, you would know she's lying on a bed of skulls, you know what I mean? It's another one of those things of like, how detailed do you really want this thing to be? That's not what I want. I'm thinking of motion blur for this. Not 90 degrees though. Oh yeah. Brother wanted to get Skull from Fia. What? He wanted to get Skull? Yo, if that dude's only problem was that he was just like really horny for an Elden Ring character, I genuinely would not give a shit at all. It's fine. You can't be weird like that and also like a Jordan Peterson guy or whatever it was he was. I sort of want to ask him, it's kind of too late now, but I just want to be like, dude, what do you believe? Sometimes I wonder, because plenty of people don't know what the fuck they believe. They just like hear a guy that they think sounds like smart, sounds like he knows what he's talking about, and they go, oh yeah, that. I often wonder about that. Andrew Tate, that's what it was. But like Tate and Peterson even, they fucking know each other. Like they might as well be the same person. His psychopath daughter dated Tate for a while. Alright, I'm happy with how all of that looks. Let's go back to my earlier task that I kept not doing. Of just thickening up some of these. Like, sometimes it's a good idea to sort of use as a guide, you know, is this like when lines are lower here, that's a line that can be a defining line, whereas these ones up here, as they are, don't even mess with those, right? And right away, actually, you can see you're getting a nicer separation there. I'm often not putting this kind of, I'm not giving this kind of attention over to my ink work a lot of the time, because frankly I don't feel like those drawings are in need of it. This is actually the first time in a while I've been like, okay, I need to actually go through and play around with some of these lines. Right, like I'm pretty sure that sticking this in here, because it's an area with a lot of parts crunched in and overlapping, is going to look good. Yeah, it's just like better. It's subtle, but it is better. Thank you. I'm glad the snow effect is working for us. This is all a little touch and go for a while. Okay, it's blood time. Now, if he's gonna have blood in his beard and hair, I think I would like to apply that separately. The boots can be included in that. The wraps obviously are fine. The axe is going to get its own layer. And Sarash should not be involved at all. What's happening here? Is that another highlight I fucked up? No. I don't know what that is. Thank you. And that, but for both, I'm glad you all like the art, and I am, glad that this feels like a rock of love in the middle of a stormy sea of hate and bigotry. That makes me very happy. Later, Wolfie. That is, precisely what I would want to hear about any online space that I'm like a host of. I did not do shading for the beard and hair. Remind me to do some of that. I don't know if it needs a whole lot of it. I think that the fact that it looks pretty much white is probably good for it. But yeah, look, no highlights in there, Pat. Doing. I was playing with my line weight.
I'm right in front of you, I'm right here on this long ending road.
Aw, Vicky.
What are you looking at? Is it your face on a pane of glass? 'Cause somehow this window becomes a trap on this winding road. Will it ever let me go? Forever I am fading to black. Forever I am.
Yeah, I will not
Just to fall into this
be the host of any space that makes you not feel valued. That's fucking bullshit.
Some say that it lives forever, this road that I lose you on every time. Some say that it lives forever, this road. Forever. Some say that it lives forever, this road that I lose you on every time. Some say that it lives forever, this road.
This track just like plays at the end of
Wake up.
every Alan Wake chapter in that game. You go back and forth between playing as Saga, Anderson, and Alan Wake. And
In the dark chamber of my head.
Alan's side of the game is entirely in the dark place. He's still in there, he's still trying to get out. All the Brightfall stuff is mostly just Saga. And that's my fucking point. I started talking and I got distracted. You can see me sort of doing a black shadow here. There are not a lot of them in this image, but I thought that in addition to my line thickness, it would benefit from this, and I think that it does. Add a little bit more of a line to this, but not too much. No. A little bit more. Not that much. Good night, dude. Man, 1:30 in the morning. All right, to be honest with you guys, I think I'm gonna sign off too. I think that this is I think that we've left this thing in a pretty good place. From here on out, what I'm gonna be doing is I think I'm good with all of these line weights at this point. And I am going to add some shading to the hair. In fact, let's just see how far we can get with that right now. Because I do feel like this is finished. And the next step for me from here is exporting this in a couple of layers into. Why isn't this? Oh, there we go. And I'm gonna load that up into Blender. And then I'll do that parallax scrolling effect that I put into most of these videos. Look at all these little bits that screwed up. Yeah, get out of here. What are you doing? STGs. STRGs. I was never hugely comfortable with like my streaming name being a derivative of my own name. I just didn't have a better idea. And frankly, I feel like I still don't. But G's as a piece of branding, as just being the phrase to identify the channel that I'm on, and maybe if enough people watch it, I'll just be like, yeah, that's my name, you call me G's. I think that sort of works. I have a love-hate relationship with this recovery system. I think G's is pretty good. When I came up with G's, I was like, okay, fine, pretty much. I surrender. That'll be the name. But it, kind of felt right. Designing the logo felt right. Even if that doesn't end up being the final logo, just having that put together and calling it G's felt right. And I didn't come up with that whole oh geez, we're playing blank thing until literally the moment I was posting that video. And I think that is something else to, oh geez, we're playing blah blah blah. Just a little something extra to be constantly associated with you. Only way to market anymore. Alright, so Alan is in the dark place, and he's going through a loop. He keeps having to, run through a scenario and then change it, rewrite it, and then try that, and it's just this constant looping nightmare. And this song plays at, the end of all of his chapters. Saga gets a new song each time. This song gets a new verse each time you go through an Alan Wake chapter. And it loops. It loops forever and ever and ever. I mean, shit, as long as I still got you here, and I'm pretty okay with how this looks. Let's start doing, let's do a gradient map, and that'll be a midday. No, we need dark highlights to night sky. Okay, and then color and then turn that down. Turn that down to 10. Turn it up a little bit, 15. Now we've washed out these colors a bit. Also, I kept saying, I'm happy with it, I'm happy with it, I'm happy. I keep forgetting about the fucking blood. Okay. Blood time. Like I said, ordinarily beforehand, I would sort of design it more than what I'm about to do. These are some blood spatter brushes that I have. Okay, let's get that skin. Yeah, right away. This is looking pretty sweet. How is this gonna play if I put it on top of all of these other layers? And then, let's see, overlay? No. Certainly not multiply. Although, nah, let's leave it under all those layers for now. You know, actually, honestly, above the layers look better. It's gonna fuck up our highlights, though. I'm gonna stick with this for now. Nope, too big. Too patterny. Huh. Not against it. I've never collaborated on a comic, though. And I've never not written my own material. And to be perfectly honest, it makes me insecure about how it would like go. Writing or drawing a story I didn't come up with. I sort of feel like the story that I wrote, right, like flaws and all, is it's still like the only person to blame is me. I'm getting a little more slick with some of these. I think this could stand to be a much smaller brush, yeah. Just sort of defined lines as blood on top of the more spattery effect, I think really sells it. Something else about this character is he's got like a lot of scars and drawn. There's another thing that I left to the end. I'm presently debating over whether we really want to see that. Because there's sort of a lot in here already. Okay, let me try, because we're getting there with the blood. Got these kinds of scars, you know? I'm going to take those out, and I'm going to start a new layer. Still going to draw in black, but I'm going to change that color after I'm finished. To, not sure what. Something that doesn't jump out at you quite so much. He's got a big scar across his chest, right? Like, sort of like that. So that can go in there. Generate a random one over here. Huh. It's across the bicep a bit. Little one there. Sort of through the abs. One, too much. Right. One, small one. Okay, now these are the blood color, but they're not staying the blood color. They are getting saturated and moved into sort of what am I missing here? Yeah, like more skin color territory. Turn that sharpness or saturation down. Maybe turn that luminance up. Hmm. And I think also, yeah, they can fade a little bit. Maybe not that much, more like 75. Not hugely drawing attention to themselves, but there for the sake of accuracy. Now let's see if this would be improved any by slapping a curve on top of it. Again, we're saving the recovery information, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, back to the game. Yup. Yup, that's what we're doing. Okay. Going on. Oh yeah, Mickey, the blood spatter is it's gonna need to go in the loincloth. I'm gonna need some on the crown, on the axe, and I'm gonna say no to the hair. I think the hair should look just as it is. I wasn't gonna put any blood on Siraj because he's kind of a spectral thing. On the other hand, it certainly couldn't hurt. Where's that bloody layer? Is it this? Yeah, it's this. Back to the bloody layer. Okay, I gotta fucking isolate that. God damn it. Notice I don't name my layers. It's because I'm a fucking idiot. think that maybe that loincloth one ought to be a new layer because blood looks different on fabric than it does on other things. Yeah, straight up, it's got to be darker. Maybe even, yeah. Yeah, like that, and a bit faded, and we're actually in really good shape. Yeah, right? Things we should have asked Zach before we went to bed. Yes, though. I mean, he is physically affecting reality. It's not like he couldn't possibly have blood on him. I'm just gonna go ahead with it. Who care? What if we're wrong? Well, then nothing. Nothing happens. So, just do it. What if we're wrong? Like, then some, like, nerd gets mad at us, I guess. Who cares? Hmm. I put it on the ink layer. So, that's just gotta start over. Am I nuts? That's the... Where's my ink layer? Or my, Oh, it's this one. Yes. God. Okay. You can get away with sort of putting a lot on here because then once you reverse once you use the blood brush as a transparency brush, sort of etching out a lot of that. I think the more subtle blood effect for the claws is good. As per what I was doing earlier, this dude requires a little bit more of this. Doing more of this. Mm-hmm. Hmm. So new side effect of streaming art is I'll just never stop, I guess. I'll just be looking at it forever. Most of the time, to be completely real, I don't finish pieces. I give up. I just get past the point and I go, it looks good. Been saying for a while that I'm gonna sign off, and I still haven't done it. So it's 2 a.m. I gotta slap together an animation and a thumbnail for this call tonight. Yeah. Good night, everyone. I think I'm really happy with how this one went. We'll do more of these in the future, and I'll see you next time for Alan Wake, Tiberius, Zine, Vicky. If you're still around, I don't know, but thank you very much for being here. Wolfie, as always, he's not around no more, but good night, dude. Yeah, look forward to seeing this finished up and in a thumbnail very shortly. Later, everyone.